Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Tuesday, December the 27th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know if you can hear me and see my screen. That'll help. Not too many people today, and hope everybody had a great holiday. Not too many people today. Don't expect very many people this week. Thank you, guys. You can hear me. Okay, so what is happening today? So interesting that China is up, but those three education stocks that were just flying are definitely down. So there's EDU and TAL, and the big star, the Go2. All three of these are down now, and yet the rest of the China stocks are not every China stock, of course, but most of the China stocks are moving higher today. Take a look at KWEB, KWEB. KWEB is up 2.5%. One that stood out, I think, is DQ. DQ is up 5.7%. DQ, China stock. But interesting that those three education stocks are down. Anybody know what's going on with SARK? I couldn't quite figure it out. I thought, oh my gosh, don't tell me ARK is way up. But do they declare some kind of a dividend, or I don't see any news on this. But if you look at ARK, so SARK, of course, is the inverse of ARK. If you look at ARK, I thought, man, don't tell me ARK had a huge pop, but no. So I don't know. I couldn't quite see what the deal is on SARK. Why it's down 18%? Is it a dividend of some sort? So what else is happening? ATNF, ATNF. I get, frustrated. I can't see any news in some of these that are moving higher. I'm just glancing at my IB headlines. I don't see any news on ATNF. And now we've got the sort of the inverse here. So we've got APE up. So I guess if you had the foresight to get rid of all of your AMC shares and turn them into APE, you'd be laughing, happy. But if you kept your AMC an equal proportion of your APE shares, then you're not too happy. What do you mean it is Tesla going down, Trade 22? Now, I'm sure everybody's completely aware, especially if you're living in the States, but in Canada also, all the disruptions in air traffic over the last few days, since I guess last Monday. But I guess Love has been singled out as the worst performing airline. Even the Department of Transportation is taking a look at what's going on with Love and their customer service and all that. So Love is taking probably one of the bigger hits. Let's take a look at some of the other airlines. AAL, United. Yeah, so Love is taking the biggest hit of all the airlines. No, 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 but SARK is down. That's what I'm trying to say. SARK, if you look at SARK, what I'm trying to say, it's down 18%, and I couldn't figure out why. Where SARK is the inverse of ARK. So it is an ex-dividend. I had to figure that was right, but or correct, but I couldn't see it. Can't see it on the my IB headlines. It's the only reason usually when you see something like this. So that makes sense. 13.74, so it's down 12.90. Okay. Thank you. I wonder why it's not in an IB. GMTX, GMTX, GMTX. Okay, so this news, so they've been given orphan drug designation by the FDA. So That is the reason why GMTX, a lot of volume, 1.4 million. So good volume. And CEI, so they did their reverse split last week, and so now they've come up with a press release that they're acquiring a company. So that popped the stock a bit, and that's CEI. Signs an agreement to acquire oil companies with about $55 million in annual gross revenues. Yeah, KALV is an offering, but it's up. Interestingly, it is up 58 million. So initially it went down, but now it's right back up. KALV. No trade of the week this week, and probably not next week. Okay, IPHA is also up. Can I see any news on this one? Again, I don't see any news for IPHA. Looking around to see if there's anything else kind of interesting happening. The CHRS was, yeah, this is a continuation down now. CHRS was a gap down on Friday, continuation, almost an all-time low for CHRS. Double I, double N, double I, double N. Let's see what's happening with that one. So they signed a strategic OEM agreement with Terumo Cardiovascular. Okay, so there's some little bit of news for double I, double N. Checking some of these KAL. This is almost a lifetime low. KAL. Trying to see if there's any news on this one. I don't see any news on it. Look at Love LUV to see where there is some support, if how far away that is. So there's the low right now, 34.25. And the next low looking left is 33.26. So that's about $1 away. Not saying that's going to be support or anything, but that is the next low looking left for LUV. So this is what I read. Yeah, the U.S. Department of Transportation said it was concerned by Southwest's unacceptable rate of cancellations and delays. It's somewhere where they don't really have a hub. They have kind of so because of that, it's hard for them to I don't know, schedule pilots, etc., like that. Now, of course, this is one of those, I don't want to say once in a lifetime storms, but certainly they did not plan for that. But the rest of the airlines, I guess, somehow muddled through. Lots of cancellations still, but Love was extremely hard hit. Good morning, YouTubers. Alicia. All right, guys, 9:10. I doubt there'll be very many upgrades and downgrades this morning, but let's take a look. What sort of, and the answer is none. So the analysts are completely gone quiet probably this week. So there are no upgrades, no downgrades to report from briefing.com. I'm not saying there's nothing out there in the world, but certainly from briefing.com, there are none to report. And let's see, the market is basically flat right now. Look at the SPY is down. Yeah, the SPY is basically flat. I really don't expect very much action this week. Morning, Frank. The Earth is flat. Double question mark. Wondering why you're posting that. Okay. Well, I know the Earth is not flat. All right, guys. See, 9:13. Oh, I see. I see. Okay. I thought you were a flat earther or something. What was my opinion of PTE? Polarity. Let's see. Yeah, so I don't typically look at stocks under a dollar, but let's take a look at PTE. So it's up, what, 15%, announces entry into a letter of intent for acquisition of a company, proposed deal for offering price of $1.03. Oh, I see. So they look like they're trying to sell themselves for $1.03. So that's my opinion. There's really no, I mean, whether it happens or not. Just so if you're thinking, well, if it's going to happen at $1.03, why wouldn't I just buy it right now at 90 cents, make my 10% and move on? Because it may not happen. All right, guys, take a look at the major sectors. I'm going to click on from our toolbar, click on new, and then dock channel bar. And then show more, and then sector status. So again, the market is basically flat, so I don't expect, yeah, so these So, okay, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So this is XLE, the major ETF for energy. And when it says 100% in green, what that means is that 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are above Friday's close. Okay, but probably by much any one of them. There's really not another. I mean, there's just no volume, guys. So I mean, there's really, even though I'm looking at materials at 75%. But let's take a look again at where these are in relation to their moving averages as we close out this year. So there's XLE. So starting to move away from the moving average. There it is, the 200-day. Of course, I'm talking about on the daily chart, so the 200-day moving average. So starting to move away again from it. This has been one of the ones that for the longest time, even though the market's been what everybody considers a bear market, XLE has been above the 200-day for most of the time. Retail, XRT. So there's that 200-day. Again, I always refer to this day back here on the 13th where it poked its head above it for briefly and then sold off and has been selling off kind of ever since. Consumer staples, XLP. XFP probably still a little bit above it. Yeah, a little bit above it. Touched it a couple of times, 3 times. Still above it though. Consumer staples, XLP. Healthcare, XLV. And the thing is, consumer staples, though it never really touched it, so still hanging above that 200-day moving average. Healthcare's industrials, XLI. The one hanging above the 200-day. And financials. Now that was the one, that was kind of the serious one. Had been above the 200-day for a little bit, but now it is now below the 200-day, just barely below the 200-day moving average. It's possible that after today, it may poke its head above it again. And this is one that's way down. XLY, consumer discretionary. You can even see it. Let me just, there we go. So there's the 200-day, and it keeps moving away from that 200-day moving average. Consumer discretionary. So you can see the difference between consumer staples and consumer discretionary. If you just read into it, people are buying things they have to versus, discretionary income, not buying those big 65-inch TVs. XLB, materials, is hanging around that 200-day, actually, a little bit below it. And then, of course, communications well below the 200-day, well below the 200-day moving average. He's kind of basing a little bit. And then technology, XLK. Again, same same deal as what happened with I think retail. Poked its head above on that day, December 13th, sold off, closed below the 200-day, and has continued down. And that's technology, XLK. GTII. Okay, let's take a look at GTII. For some reason, I'm going to think this is under a dollar. Oops. GTII. Oh, is it? Okay. Well, first of all, it's a pink sheet stock, so I don't really look at pink sheet stocks, but there's no volume yet. Yeah, so okay, so they're engaging in the acquisition of companies. It's a pink sheet stock, though. I typically don't look at pink sheets, so you're kind of on your own on that one, but there's no volume. And also, like, on the 200 day, I mean, look, I mean, it's a dollar 81, dollar 75, far enough away, but there's no volume today. It's been on a nice run, though, the last few days. On probably not much, well, 1.98, 1.28. So a little bit of volume in the last 3 days to move it higher, but I guess the volume really has to pick up again. Meanwhile, love continues down, guys. LUV, what did I say was the low, the next low looking left? 33.41. So it's getting closer to that low on that daily chart, 33.41. Volume like, so this is a big float, 591 million in the float for love. But you can see in relation to the other airlines, there's love, is love competitors. So you look at UAL and Delta and Azul, JetBlue, Spirit Airlines. Azul's down about the same percentage, but not very much volume. But the major U.S. airlines are not down nearly as much as Love is. AT&F shortable for me. AT&F, no, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. I don't see any news on this one. So another one that is not shortable for me, HTGM. Again, I couldn't see any. Oh, I see now. Now I see the news on it. Surges 30% on closing the $10 million stock warrants offering. Okay. But now it's starting to really give it up. Not shortable for me, though. All right, guys, I'm just kind of looking at some of my thumbnail charts. I'm not really seeing too much. Okay, there's a lot of hype about this Acer. Okay, so there was a lot of hype about this Acer. So this is what they were waiting for, and so far, a big thud. FDA approval of old Approva. Okay, so far a big thud. ACER. Strange that I still can't see anything. No news on this. I mean, you guys have told me it's a dividend, which I figured it had to be based on what it was looking like. SARK. There's no news on it in Interactive Brokers with that dividend. Morning, Ija. So I guess watch the China stocks. Keep an eye on KWEB, KWEB, see if it continues higher here. Again, all with China trying to open up, easing travel restrictions, etc. See if EDU is bouncing at the same time as Go2. Yeah, they're and TAL, PAL. The three China education stocks looking almost identical. Gap down and then some bounce. Yeah, excuse me, AMRS, pretty good volume, up 10%. Let's see again. I'm the theme of the day. I can't see any news. And I'm going to doubt there's going to be any action from the AI today. Maybe this week. Maybe got maybe get the odd alert. Oh, you are here, William. Okay. Yes. So, guys, we have less than a minute for this market to open. Let's have a great trading day today. Don't expect it's going to be obviously very light volume. We may get some nuggets in some of these low floaters, but I'll get rid of this, get prepared for the open. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I'm going to try to let things settle down a little bit. Problem is today, if you don't trade in the first, like a lot in the first hour, you may just be sitting there doing nothing for the balance. But you never know. Something might happen. There we look at looking at Cal here. Cal having a big pop actually. All right, we are now open. And love is that challenging that What did I say was the next low? Yeah, so that low there is 34.31. So very close. The next low is 32.97 for love, LUV. All right, guys, Riven is making an all-time low, RIVN, an all-time low right now for Riven, RIVN. Yeah, looking at Riven, now I'm seeing plug, PLUG. EV's ugly is right. And there's love, guys. Love, love, not getting any. LUV. So again, the next low looking left is 33.26. So that's still about $1 away. As it continues its descent, no pun intended, but man, it is just getting beaten up. Love continuing to make a new low for the day, LUV. So another airline joining, J Blue. Wow, look at JetBlue. Take a look at Jets. The other airlines were nowhere near as bad as Love, but let's take a look at maybe American, and those are starting to catch up. Yeah, I mean they're starting to catch up. When I looked at this a little while ago, it was at like 0.8% down or something. So some of the other airlines are starting to catch up to Love, but Love is certainly the hardest hit so far. Billy at China stock, BILI, the next high looking left is 24.18. And then 24.17, if it can get through that, the next highs are around 25.25. Not that much room though, in my opinion, for Billy to keep moving. Okay, so CEI, they did the reverse split last week, and now they made an announcement today that they're acquiring some companies, or I don't know if companies or leases. Okay, so they are acquiring obviously some pretty small oil companies with roughly 55 million in annual gross revenues. So that is the reason why CEI popped this morning. Okay, guys, so ape is actually starting to fall here. We get to as high as what, come on, 227 in the pre-market. The next low looking left is 150. Okay, CHRS guys, CHRS is continuing down after Friday. Almost an all-time low now. Almost an all-time low, CHRS. Here's another one getting beaten up, guys. TDOC, 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 TDOC. Quite an all-time low. Below the whole number now, also 23 below the whole number. What's the volume like? Pretty good volume. Well, ATNF is kind of holding up. Yeah, so another Lucid, another one. All-time low, Lucid, Riven. Yeah, the EV play is just getting creamed. And ATNF, as I said, is holding up. ATNF. Next high looking left is 265. What did it get to today? Got up to 235. Well, I mean, look, if it can get through 265, and then of course people will be looking at this up here at 688. So again, this news on Acer, I think, let's see if this holds at 319. Lots of support around 319. But just looking at, the hype about Acer, about all we're doing is waiting for the FDA announcement. Well, you got it. And the market could not care less. You guys will be right back. What I'm kind of waiting on to see if some of these high flyers settle down a little bit and maybe make a bit of a move. But even love, guys, I mean, look at this big topping tail, got up to 34.91, was down to 34. I mean, it's not a huge difference, about $1. But, even the love, that's why I like to wait about 15 minutes, just to see, just to kind of give things time to maybe really settle on a direction. And of course, after 15 doesn't mean the direction is completely settled, but a lot better than in the first 2 minutes. Yeah, NIO was down. Yeah. Was there specific news about NIO? As you say, most of the China stocks were up. Was there specific other than EV play? Okay, yeah, right. So it's an EV play. I'm sure all of them are down. We take a look at LI. LI is down as and XPAV, the three big China EVs. Yeah, so the EV, look at this, almost an oh wow, almost an all-time low for XPAV. Well, not really. I mean, down here is the are the all-time lows. Was there specific NIO news? Okay. After the company okay, yeah, lowered its Q4 deliveries guidance. Okay, thank you. Palantir P. Here's another one, guys. PLTR. If this takes out six, this could really. I mean, it's an all-time low right now. PLTR. Big float, 1.7 billion in the float. Didn't really see this in the pre-market, but down 4.4%. Takes out six. Well, there's obviously no support. There's nothing because it's an all-time low right now. Yeah, here's Roku on the way down. A lot of stocks looking like this with an opening red candle on the 15-minute, one after another. There's DraftKings, DKNG, almost an all-time low. These are all coming from Zach's bounce plays, but I mean, I'd be a little hesitant, but they're actually setting up better, maybe as shorts, unless the market bounces somehow. But there's Lucid, guys. I mean, again, all-time low, LCID, all-time low. Opening 15-minute candle for the SPY, red, not horrible red, but red nonetheless. Another EV play, Fisker, FSR, almost an all-time low. Yeah, both AMC and APE are dropping. You know, APE, I mean, APE had the big pop this morning as AMC was going down, but I mean, again, I still don't quite understand what's going to happen. Will AMC cease to exist and it'll now be APE, or will APE cease to exist? And what will be the stock symbol? Anybody have a clue on really what's happening with this APE and AMC? Other than just abject disaster. All these poor people holding on to this. Okay, guys, love making another new low here. LUV, another new low. Okay, this FSLY, almost another one, almost an all-time low for FSLY. And we have a halt. Well, okay, this halted on the way up. KAL, I remember seeing this big bottoming tail. So they did a financing, and the market is absorbing that and saying, hey, I don't care right now anyway. Next high looking left is 1045, but it isn't. It's a halt right now. Okay, guys, Riven underneath a hole number 18, all-time low, RIVN. Wow, just 'Yeah, the room will be here. We're not making the switch to Discord, which we thought we were going to. I mean, the Discord room is open. I'm going to probably just maintain it open anyway. Yeah, I mean, if people don't mind coming to Discord, but no, this room will still be the same unless we figured out a way to up the number of people that are allowed to look at my screen in Discord up from 50. That's the limitation right now. Another one on the way down, Pinterest, PINS. So this one, 2287 is the next low looking left for PINS. Meanwhile, Love continues to make new lows. 3329 is the next low looking left for Love. Riven continues down, RIVN. 'All right, let's take a look at some of these things in the race. ATNF. I mean, it has the room, I guess. 65 is the next high looking left, as opposed to the intraday high. Okay, watching Riven here, just poked his head above the that hole number 18. Let's see if that holds. If it doesn't, And here's Acer, guys, on the way down. Now, this is coming into a pretty interesting support area for Acer, ACER, right around that 3 level. If it takes that out, well, underneath is 225. So big area for it to try to hold. Cal just opened, and it resumed, and not a big pop. Okay, real cheap one, guys. Ear underneath $1. Yeah, but they don't watch the screen, I guess. I don't know what to say, Grumpy. I mean, that's what their limitation. And people were when we made the announcement. Okay, so Ribbon's having a bit of a bounce here. Other EV play, charge point, CHPT. Okay, so Ribbon actually had a bounce. I was looking, see how well it would hold under that whole number, but it actually had a bounce. Big bottoming tail there. Let's see if the rest of them are doing the same thing. Yeah, some bottom fishing for these EV plays. Well, so much for HTGM being up a lot in the pre-market, got up to 616, and now they did a financing, and the market initially reacted all right to it, but not anymore. But this was not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Here's a China stock, TOUR, Tour, not too active. All right, maybe keep an eye on this PRQR. This was very active last week. Struggled to break through that 3 level, but it's still pretty, catching a bit of a bid here. 282,000 shares just coming in. So catching a little bit of a bid. The high on Friday was 282, so it's right at that high. And then, of course, the high on Thursday was 310. Look at Acer. Wow, now it's so there's your news. Okay, Riven starting to give it up again. I'm going to keep an eye on this one if it takes out 18 again. So I'm just going to stick an alert maybe around 1791 and see if it takes that out again. Oh, I have no idea if it can get to 265. Nobody has any idea. Okay, yes. Could it? Of course it could. But there's your high looking left, 265. I mean, it's a low float, 1.6 million in the float. So, I mean, it's got the anything can happen with a float like that. But I mean, I can't say yes, it's going to get. Yeah, I mean, there is the next high looking left. Mentioned this before. I mean, if it can take out 265, then traders will be looking at this 688 that it got to. In fact, what I'll do is I'll put an alert at 266 and see if we can get there. Boy, Acer's just getting creamed on that news. This is shortable for me too. I mean, underneath here, I mean, 281. If it takes 281 out, then the next low is 227. I mean, I know that the only reason I know anything about this, I mean, obviously we had that run here, but there seem to be a lot of people on Twitter, which you can always rely on, saying, look out once they get the approval, going to explode. I guess there's such a thing as a downward or that's an implode. Well, Acer at a really critical point right there. 280 is the low, takes that out. I mean, it's got, wow, there it goes. Here's another one, guys. Rite Aid. I mean, Rite Aid, just making another all-time low. Yes, at an all-time low. I think there's the all-time low right there is 320. So very close to an all-time low for this. I don't even. I mean, you look at this, and it looks like they're just literally going to go out of business. Riven underneath RIVN now underneath 18 again. Okay, Riven on the move down now, guys. 1685, 1785. Riven on the way down now, guys. Told you I like it underneath 18. Other one on the way down is Ion Q. Another probably an all-time low. Man, these stocks making all-time lows. Ion Q. Watching Acer to see if it keeps underneath 3, guys. ACER. It's had a little bit of a bounce. There's a little bit of rejection now at 3 for Acer, ACER. I think it takes out 282. I think that was the low here, 270 or whatever. It got just down below it. Riven. Okay. Took myself out of the Riven. Just a little too, I wanted it to be a big collapse under 18. Had a little bit in it, but not enough. I thought that's why I held on. So I've taken myself out of Riven for a little loss, RIVN. Yeah, I'm going to keep an eye on the Acer to see if it takes out 3 again. Okay, we have a halt for LANV, Lanvin. We have a halt for Lanvin, LANV. This was I guess, looks like it was a SPAC that turned into LANV a few days ago. Okay, Acer under, well, the spread is a little tough. 296, 302. Somebody mentioned Coeur d'Alene, CDE, and it used to be called Coeur d'Alene, CDE, Coeur Mining before. Halted, yeah, halted. Was it halt? No, this is, sorry. It's just not loading. Yeah, sorry, a little bit of a lag in my charts right now. There we There we go. Yeah, some volume came in. CDE. Actually, how much room does it have? Big deal. I mean, it got through the 200-day moving average. This is a silver play, I think, mainly. I know it says gold ore and silver. I think it's more of a silver play. Yeah, I guess they have gold too. And the next high looking left is 361. Sorry, it's above that. So the next high is 412 for CDE. So you could look at what Shady is talking about with the CalV, CALV. Yeah, so it got halted earlier. Boy, resumed it, but it came way. I'm sorry. My charts are a little bit laggy today. So there it is at 8. It got halted at 8:30, 8:29 actually. I'm talking the price, not the time. Give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, you guys were talking about top, not tops. Okay, yeah, I thought maybe you guys were talking about top, but not. So this is top. Yeah, I mean a ton of room, obviously. Looking at this daily chart, so I don't know what happened here. No idea. Hard to believe that it was a dividend, maybe, or I don't know. I don't know what happened here for top. Okay, these are just underneath 3 again. Riven again under 18, but let's see. Maybe take another kick at it. Yeah, it's Sark, but understand they had a dividend today, so that's why this is down, but it's starting to recover off. Well, I don't want to use the term recover. The dividend was, somebody said $14 or so. So this is not, so because you might, when I first saw this, I thought, oh my gosh, what's ARC doing? But is a 5-year low or something now for ARC? Yeah, the precious metal plays are probably, not probably, but the way to go right now. Okay, guys, so Acer's having a bounce now. ACER, it's having a bounce. Okay, so there's a bounce now for HTGM, guys. A bounce for HTGM. Oh, that's right. This is the one, the very, very low float, HTGM. And the list keeps coming. ORGN, another all-time low. ORGN, another all-time low. The ape is back now, back up almost at that 2 level. Find it very difficult to intraday trade, but there it is, APE. DADA, China stock. Now, this is interesting. Look at the next high looking left. So through the 200-day moving average, and the next high looking left is 759. So, China stock. Yeah, so look what held. I mean, the low on Friday held it, looked like 420, sorry, 301. And what did it get to? It got down to 310. So that low on Friday kind of held it. So you can see a lot of these EV plays are just following the market. Okay, LANV resumed. What did it get up to? So that got halted at 587, and I guess it's not still halted. This one is shortable for me too at Interactive Brokers. Not that I want to pile into a short right now, but this is shortable. And that's the LANV. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Just having internal discussion here. Um, so here's one, the moving higher, ELYS. I'm sorry, guys. I'm just having a tough time with these charts. Anybody else having a chart issue? No, okay. So your chart's not loading. Okay. Yeah, charts are not loading. Yeah, we got maybe it's a server or something, guys. I don't know what to say. I can't load my charts. Doing an account reset. It must be your server, Pepe. You can see what's happening with mine. I mean, now it's loading, but for about a minute, I couldn't, nothing would load, even though I was doing a reset. Guys, I was talking about this PRQR. I know some were watching this last week. Look, if it takes out three, remember, if you look at the weekly on it, just give me a moment here, guys. If you look at the weekly on this one, this is the attraction to this PRQR. Look at the room it's got. Okay, so I'm not saying it's going to get to 608 or anything like that. The 200-day is, give me a moment. Okay, so Riven and Acer now are actually bounce plays. Look, yeah, just moving with the market, especially Riven, I think, but Acer not, well, it's moving with the market, but I think it's just a bottom fishing. Looking at Acer, kind of held that. It's not on a 5-minute delay. Somebody saying in our YouTube room, this is not a 5-minute delay. You might have on YouTube, there might be about a 5-second or 5 or 8 second delay. That is YouTube. It's nothing to, we don't put that on there, but it's certainly not a 5-minute delay. Well, that is a YouTube deal. Now, if you want there's a what I call a main room you can go to. A lot more traders in that room. So let me get back to that PRQR. So that was a high last week was 310. So I'd put an alert there at 310, guys, PRQR. See if it takes that high out of last week. Because again, just look left and the next high is 612. Okay, guys, so we still have a 30% off, okay? And I think this has been updated on my homepage. It's a new year. Just give me a moment, see if it has been updated. Yes, New Year 30. Okay, so we still have a 30% off. I'm going to give you the my homepage link. This replaces the holiday code. Now, I can't, Greenhorn, I have no idea about YouTube, but start stopping on YouTube. All right, so I put my homepage link in. So this is the promo code you can use, New Year 30 for 30% off the first month only or the entire year. Okay, give you an idea how much it costs. Yeah, don't use that code, obviously, New Year 25. Use the New Year 30. So the premium would be $2,000 on an annual basis, less the 30%. That brings it down to 1,400. And the standard is 1,000 less the 30% on an annual basis, brings it down to 700. You don't have to take on an annual subscription. In fact, my recommendation was start on a monthly. Okay, 118, 228, standard premium, less the 30% for the first month only. So if you maintain a monthly, this is what you'll pay going forward. But if you want to try us out for a month, and then within 30 days of taking out a monthly subscription, if you decide you wouldn't mind an annual, we'll honor the 30%. Okay. And as always, if you do take out a subscription, please do the let's get started. 30 minutes, 10 short videos. You can sign up for my stock of the day video that I do. It's free, of course. No trade of the week this week and probably not next week. This is a free service, so you can sign up for it now. And once Steve resumes it, by the way, Steve will be in our YouTube room today. He's switching with Michael. Michael's normally in our YouTube room on Tuesdays, but he and Steve are switching. I'll take a break between 12 and 1. So Steve will be there. He's the originator of the trades of the week. The education is here. We have our big user guide right here. So there's that getting started. At the very least, you should know what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and about the stock racing. Obviously, there's a lot more in the user guide, but nail these first before you start looking at other aspects of the user guide. And there's the daily support sessions that I was talking about. I take a break between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. And again, because it's they're doing Michael normally on Tuesdays, but he's switching with Steve. Daily webinars. Yeah, probably none this week. I don't know what's happening next week, but you can sign up for them all here. You'll get notified when the next one is. Back to Basics, Michael Noss put this together. If you're new to trading, this is a free resource for you. Introduction to charts and candlesticks, support and resistance, etc. And on my homepage, my scans that I am sharing, okay, is what I'm using in the pre-market. Pre-market act is up and down. I've shown you, I think the Halts resumes, but here are all the scans that I am sharing. So again, if you do want to take out a subscription, I appreciate it if you use my link. So there's my homepage and then use that. The room gets credit and it helps me a bit too. Okay, so use my link, save my link because it's not just for that, but you can also take a look at my scans anytime you want and this education section anytime you want if you save my link. Well, no, it's just that the halt was at 587, okay, on the edge. The halt was at 587, and then when it came out of the halt, it jumped up here. So it's not 5 minutes delayed. It's 5 minutes. I mean, the halts are generally 5 minutes long. That's all. Okay. And that's what it was. Got halted at 10:04 plus 8 seconds. It resumed at 10:09 plus 15 seconds. So that's a 5 minute halt. No idea, market maker, when you're getting the new indicator. No idea. And if it does, well, when it happens, they want to make it a premium service, just to let you know. So there was actually, okay, so there was an AI alert. Not good. HTGM to short it. Boy, this ribbon has been a real tough one. I mean, there it is. 1781 is the low of the day. I mean, that's an all-time low, but it's just, there's just been some people trying to pop this one up. People, I mean, traders. Sorry about that, market maker. Not my decision. Not written in stone, though. Okay, so what is love doing here? So the next low looking left, 33.24, so it still has some room. Tried to bounce a little bit. These bottoming tails, the buyers stepped in a couple of times, but for how many more times are they going to step in? Well, this one is definitely so the next high, I'm talking about HTGM. The next high is 599. Not saying it's getting there, of course, but that is the next high for HTGM. And the high in the pre-market was around 538. So I mean, it's got some room still, believe it or not. Volume is still high. Completed a financing. Just out of curiosity, who's got shorts for HTGM? I know IB didn't. Just wondering about E-Trade as an example. Thank you, William. So no shorts at IB nor E-Trade, okay, for HTGM. Nor Thinkorswim, okay. So not a lot of shorts available for HTGM anywhere. Hey guys, HTGM looks like it's trying to break out again. Big breakout now for HTGM, guys. Well, this PRQR is really, really interesting if it can take out the high of Thursday. I think it takes out that high of Thursday. This could have a run in it, 310. Had the news, of course, on the Thursday. Can't remember what it was, but it obviously was, well, the market reacted in a very positive way. Well, I have to say some of the bounce plays from Zach Scan would have worked out pretty well. I'm sure you know that, William. In fact, virtually all of them. When the market did this, a lot of these ones from Zach Scan, wow, yeah, a lot of them worked out very well. And this is what I'm talking. One of the scans I'm sharing, you can probably go down the list and just see the bounces. All right, guys, Acer's underneath 3 again. Let's take a look at Acer. I think if I have an alert set down here around 275, 277 or so. See if it takes that out, because that's the next low looking left. It's 280. It broke down below that, got down to 274, and then it bounced. But this is the reaction of the FDA approval. Market doesn't care. In fact, it's being punished. I don't know what they expected, but oops, what happened there? All right, AEI is a reverse split tomorrow. Okay, 20 to 1 for 20, reverse split. Well, we'll see if there's any fireworks on this one tomorrow. See if they make an announcement or traders just pile into it just for some of the reverse splits have been were super active last week and the week before, the day of. Yeah, Summit's doing its thing again over four. I just find it a very difficult intraday trader, SMMT. Yeah, so you're not asking me, Drora, are you, about Tesla? Nobody can give you that advice. You have to make up your mind. Man, double digits coming. Maybe. Oh, wow. That's amazing. HOFE was a reverse split today. Okay. Let's take a look at what happened to it. What was the ratio? 22. So 22, one for 22. Reverse split today for HO. Remember this one, guys? Not, not to do with NFTs, etc. Well, let's see if they come up with some kind of a press release tomorrow. At least I'm glad our provider had the reverse split. Okay, SLNO. I think I saw somebody mention SLNO. So SLNO, low float, 4.4 million. The next high looking left is 242. There's the 200-day moving average at 230. So there is some room. Just trying to see if there's any specific news on this. I don't see any news on Soleno. Soleno. Above the VWAP, the VWAP's at 165. So if you're more of a VWAP player, maybe you wait for it to come back down. If it does, see if it holds the VWAP and bounces off it. So the market, bit of a disconnect. The Dow is up, Nas is down, SPY is basically flat. So the Dow up and Nas down. So again, a little disconnect between the so-called value stocks versus growth stocks. No, we're not moving to Discord. I mean, the Discord room is up and running, but we're not moving to Discord. Okay, we'd like to, but we're still trying to get a handle on whether there seems to be a 50 viewer, not number of people in the room, but just people viewing a screen. So until we can get that resolved, but I'm going to keep the Discord room up and running anyway. Just that no big deal. But this room will remain like it is until further notice. Discord room, I can give you an invite. Ever is a long time. Will Trade Ideas ever be able to scan for dark pool? You know, ever is a long time. I would say no, though. Hey guys, this is a bit of a reversal here. XP, a gap down and reverse XP over the whole number 15, the high in the after 1553. That was on Friday. So it's got a little bit of room to run if the market keeps running a little bit. I have no idea if it's hard to do or I don't think Trade Ideas believes in it. The upper management, I don't think they really believe in it. So, but I don't. I have I have no idea if it's hard to do. But you know what? Support. You can send a request to support at trade-ideas.com. Coming from the customers, more powerful than coming from myself. Okay, and see what they say. I really, I haven't seen a request for that for quite a while in terms of dark pools. Somebody asked about the SFIX. Is the Amazon news real? Didn't see the Amazon news, but oh, okay. So this is okay. Some kind of a prediction. Is that what you were looking at? Amazon could look to buy Stitch Fix. So that's just obviously a rumor. Well, then Toolbox, my suggestion is to do the support at trade-ideas.com and say exactly that. And who knows? Maybe they will. But again, I haven't seen a request for that for a long, long time. Okay, boys, keep it civil, okay? PJ and Shady. No, no. Look, I'm just trying to nip it in the bud. I'm not saying just keep it civil. You didn't. I think the pal comment, PJ. You know. Well, again, two box. You can keep posting all that stuff in there. My recommendation is to support at trade-ideas.com and make your case about dark pools. Make your case. My goodness. Okay, so here's the PTRA, an all-time low. We talked about this one a little earlier. Actually, a green bar ignored. Green bar ignored on PTRA on the 15-minute chart. We have a down trend. We have a green bar on the 15, totally engulfed by the previous red candle. Next candle is red. So you can look at it like this, in this way. We have a downtrend, a pause in the downtrend, and then the downtrend continues. That can be a sign of a good short opportunity. I posted it. Didn't you see? I posted it. If you look above, support at trade-ideas.com, I posted it just above, but I'll do it again. And here's the discussion right there. So I posted it just up here, if you can see my screen. Okay, I wanted to get a fill on the PTRA, but they wouldn't give it to me. The uptick rule, I guess, that's why they wouldn't fill me. Lots of shares available, and that's not the issue at Interactive Brokers. But maybe it's a good thing. All right, guys. Again, I'm somewhat fixated on this PRQR. If it takes out that 310, just hanging underneath three. Oh, it's got a lot of room on the weekly chart. That's why I'm interested. It may not happen today. It may never happen. Yeah, boy, if you had the resolve just to hang on to a Tesla short just 2 weeks ago from 178 down to 113. Wow. I mean, look at this. I mean, even it's 27, it's within the lifetime range, 27%, but 2-year range, A low of 2 years, of course, for Tesla. Definitely some nice bounces from Zach Scan, guys. Very nice bounces. Moved like a lot of these bounces were over the 45 minutes that the market went up. Now, at this point, the market is putting in a red bar. So if you took any of those bounces and we're still in them, I'd be, watching what the market's doing. Most of these bounces moved with the market. All right, this one, real cheap one, guys. QTNT. I mean, I remember some of these. I mean, they're just got absolutely destroyed. QTNT. I mean, I remember the days that it was doing this when it was up around 7 and probably even higher, 9, 10, maybe higher. I don't know. Let's take a look at a monthly chart. Okay, so they obviously did a reverse split because the stock probably was never $500. So they did many reverse splits, and this is the adjusted for it. Yeah, I see ribbons underneath 18 again, but I think I'm just going to leave it alone. I just don't think it's dynamic enough. Give me a moment, please. All right, this one again is an all-time low, ORGN, all-time low. Ah, now look at Riven, you miserable thing. So will Acer be next, guys? ACER. Keep waiting to see if it's going to take out this 278 level. You can see what happened here. Also, the VWAP rejected it. 322 was the VWAP. Kind of got up there and then rejected. The VWAP rejected it. Yeah, to be expected. I mean, this we've seen some things move, of course, but to be expected this week between Christmas and New Year's in terms of how slow it is. But there have been some things that have moved for sure. I don't know if Shady is still in this one, but KALV is at least holding 6. And the next high looking left is, of course, it got up to 624 today. And if we can somehow get up through that, 759 is the next high. So if KALV can take out the intraday high of 624, and again, the next high is 756. Another cheap one, guys. These are just showing up on my compare count window, the movers to the upside versus movers to the downside. It's the only one that I have a 50-cent minimum. Most of my alerts are at least $1, but I did put this one at 50 cents. So that's why I'm seeing some of these really cheap ones. Because I know some of you don't mind playing these. So I just point them out. See how that PRQR was rejected at 3? That's why I don't try to anticipate anything. If I've got my price alert set up here. If it happens, great. If it doesn't, well, I just move on. I don't try to anticipate. Now, interestingly, there's the VWAP at 287. So it's just at the VWAP. Will that hold it? Will that hold it for PRQR? If not, I mean, who knows? Maybe this falls all the way back down to the 260 level. All right, let's take a look at some of these stocks that have won races here. So how did that top end up? All right, guys, EDSA. So yeah, this is a low float, 9.5 million in the float. The high on Friday was 265. So I don't know, it doesn't have that much room left to get there. Just looking at some of the ones that have won races or winning races. Wanted to take a look at top. Hey, taking a look at some of these larger cap stocks, see if there's anything interesting happening. Yeah, the casinos, yeah, Melco looks like there's pretty tough resistance around that between 12 and 1235 for Melco, MLCO. So yeah, we're seeing some of the casino stocks, of course, with China in theory opening up again. So there's LVS, there's Melco. Excuse me. Okay, so Dinesh, it may be on the way to 25. Nobody really knows though. VRNA, nice move. The next high looking left is 2463, so I'd have to get through that. Do you have any news today for VRNA? Didn't see this in the pre-market. Really didn't do anything in the pre-market. I gotta bring this up on a monthly chart, this Tesla on a monthly chart now. All right, so the next low looking left on a monthly chart is 9022. Wow. I think. No, 109.96. Sorry, excuse me. 109.96 is the next low looking left, and that is in September of 2020. So over 2 years ago. Okay, so this just showed up, this ATSG on this bottoming tail in my 10-day daily breakdown, but I don't know what to make of this bottoming tail. Looks like this is a, I don't know, misprint or something like that. Well, I was on the wrong side of the ribbon trade twice for small losses, but it's all-time low, ribbon. Remember when this was up to 178 a year ago, a little over a year ago? A little bit of room for you, YOU, a little bit of room. Next high looking left is 2837. I'm more interested in some of these bounce plays. See if they, yeah, and William, I guess there was no way you could have got this anywhere close to 2476. I know you're watching Zach's bounce plays. I think this is, I don't know what to make of this, some kind of a misprint or don't know if it's showing up on other charts. Yeah, HTGM, that was a quick one for me, but it's trying to come back a little bit now. The highs are around that 5 level. So, I mean, it got up to 488 before it really fell. Another cheap one, guys, GROV underneath a dollar. Another real cheap one, 85%. Move. We did, Ija. Well, I guess I should have shorted this one, this ORGN. It had a nice little 20-cent move down, and this is an all-time low, ORGN. All right, guys. Well, this is getting a little deadly. Okay, how about the LANV? This is starting to move a little bit. LANV got halted a while back. Trying to hold the VWAP. The VWAP is at 663, so it's a little bit below the VWAP. Maybe if it gets over that 7 level, remember it popped up to 8. Maybe if it, I don't know what they do, retail trade, China stock. Mm. Okay, guys, HTGM on the move again. There's the high of the day, 488. Pre-market highs up here around 5, a little over 5, 527 or so. Daily high, 599. Looking left. Yeah, I'm looking at this GEL. This is showing up on the movers. This right here, GEL. Problem for me is that it looks like there's too much resistance right around 990 or so. So we're at 963. Looks like that 10 level, too much resistance. Again, this is one of the ones I'm sharing. It's a different way to present the data as a ticker. I would take 30 cents also, Jeff, if I knew it would get there. I just think that, other traders are looking at this and thinking, I mean, it could easily stall before that. And actually, I didn't even see this. 971 is actually the next high looking left. 971. Okay, so the market now has decided to do nothing. The SPY is just kind of flattening out for the last half hour. Okay, I see PRQR is back up and nearing that three again after that sell off down to 282. The VWAP kind of held. I mean, it did break down below the VWAP, but the VWAP looks like it's trying to hold it. 287 is the VWAP for PRQR. Ooh, guys, okay, well, the origin keeps moving down. ORGN, all-time low. Okay, so the VRNA, Verona, is now getting closer to that high, 2463. In fact, it's right there. This is almost an all-time high too. Let's take a look at where the all-time high is. So I don't know how far back we've got to go. Okay, back here. This is back in 2018. It got up to I guess that must be the all-time high, 25.55, I guess. So it's, we got to go back a long ways, over 5 years, almost 5 years before we see that high. So what you might want to do on something like this on the VRNA, right now you're chasing it. See if it has any sort of either a base and then a pop from it, or maybe a pullback, maybe to the VWAP, which is at 23.42. Well, that'd be a big pullback. It'd be well over $1. So look at Riven. I mean, talk about bouncing again into the VWAP. Now let's see if the VWAP holds it. 1810 is the VWAP. It's at 1803. Let's see if that holds it. It kind of has been. If you look at the 15-minute chart, yeah, it did pop above it briefly back here on the 1015 candle, but the rest of the time that VWAP has kind of stalled it. All right, guys, it's 11:32. So thankfully, in about a half an hour, I'll be taking a break. Steve Gomez actually will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Michael and he are doing a swap. Okay, nerdy, what are you doing? NRDY, NRDY. Same thing. Just looking left, I just see, little areas where it could stall. So don't like it. NRDY. So can anybody verify this was some kind of a dividend play for top, or a merger, or some kind of breakout? I mean, I don't know what happened here. Is this day? This is on in October. It was up to 29 and down to 5. Don't know what happened here. It's not a bio, so it's not like some horrible thing happened. or as a bio can, which can happen to a bio. Market again, guys, just flattening right out. Look at the SPY. Now we've got about an hour of just flattened right out. All these gold plays, AU, Newmont, well, they were there. Sorry, guys, I'm just not seeing anything that's got a ton of room. I mean, I see Momo here, MOMO, trying to get to the VWAP again. But even if it did, just look left, and to me, there's just too much resistance. So I think the worst thing you can do right now is trade out of boredom, okay? I mean, those of you who sort of need to be in a trade all the time. I mean, this is, when the market's doing this, I mean, there's not much happening. Not saying there's not, I mean, look, there are obviously some stocks that are moving, but I'm not seeing too many from the scans that I've got anyway. So it looks like the Riven, RIVN, being rejected, maybe by the VWAP, 1810. It's at 1810 right now, maybe being rejected. So is that what happened in July then for top? Changed its name in July of 2022. So this is October though. So I wonder what happened on that day though in October for top. Thank you, John, for looking that up, but I wonder what happened on that day. Not many have shorts for your HTGM. Who's your broker, Trev? Because not many have shorts available. I did a survey before. IB, E-Trade, Thinkorswim, and Fidelity do not have shorts available for HTGM. Yeah, so that you don't have shorts available. Acer is the one. I mean, this is, and there's that low right there of 280. It's right there again, 280. I mean, if it can really take that out, the next low is way down here at 232. Yeah, I know. I looked earlier. Malicious shorting of the stock price. Okay, sounds like those conspiracy theories, but okay. But that is pretty. That is a pretty serious drop for a top. Anyway, with HTGM, it's maybe a good thing there are no shorts available. All right, so this is showing up in Zach's scan. Light wave logic, LWLG, as a potential bounce play. So this is not an all-time low. I mean, there's nothing right now that would suggest it would bounce, but all right, let me take a look on the weekly chart to see if there's any support at all, but you've got to go back quite a bit. Okay, so first of all, well, that's the 200 on the weekly. All right, guys, I took this one, LWLG, see if it has any sort of a bounce in it at all. 427, to see if it has any sort of a bounce. Market is putting a little bit of a green bar here. Yeah, as I said, you're probably lucky we have no shorts for HTGM. I mean, again, guys, last week's high was way up here, 13 something or other. Now with that float, 690,000 in the float, that is why this can happen. So probably why why there are no shorts available because of that float. And the pre-market high, little spike up here to 611. Okay, guys, PRQR. Whoa. Okay. Now it's getting really interesting. PRQR. It's right at the high of last week, 310. You have some volume coming in. PRQR. Volume coming in. Let's see if it really holds over 3 and breaks through that 310. Okay, guys, really keep an eye on this one. If it really explodes through this, there we go, through this 310. I mean, it's still kind of hanging around. I mean, it's just a matter of looking at the room it's got on that weekly chart. But every time it breaks through, it's being sold off a little bit. So I'd be careful, I wouldn't rush because there's so much room that if it really takes out 310 and starts to run, whether you give up a nickel or even a dime to make sure it gets through that 310, it's not a big deal, in my opinion. Oh, again, just reset my alert. All right, so far no bounce really in the LWLG. So I'm going to basically went long where it is now, 426, but we'll see if there's any sort of a bounce in it. Okay, so there's the Acer guys. Acer just made a new low now for the day, and it is through that little area there of 280. So your next low is 228. I'm not saying to take the trade, but you can just kind of see what could happen. A lot of disappointed people, I think, with Acer, thinking that news was just going to propel it onwards and upwards, but it just didn't happen. All right, guys. So in about 10 minutes, I'll be taking my break. Steve Gomez will be in our YouTube room. Before I take my break, I'll put the link to YouTube in both of the rooms, Discord and the main room. You can head over and listen to Steve for his hour between 12 and 1 Eastern time. Hey guys, I took myself out of the LWLG trade, little loss, didn't have the bounce. All right, really keep an eye on the PRQR. I mean, it's really still teasing around that 310 mark. It was the high last week, 310. It briefly got to 314. What's the volume like? Good volume, 3 million, 57 million in the float. So this is not a low float situation. Relative volume is 2.4, so it's trading, abnormally. And of course, look at last week. I mean, look at the volume, 100 million shares last week. I just saying to watch AMAM. That was a wild one for a while. AMAM. Well, what I see is something that's pretty choppy, Ija, but I know you and I look at the market very differently sometimes. Okay, there's the PRQR again. All right, guys. Well, the PRQR, I mean, the longer it holds over 310. A moment, please, guys. All right, guys, so it is 11:55. So what I'm going to do right now is just, first of all, put my announcement up, but I'm also going to put the YouTube link in. Steve is going to be there in about 3 to 5 minutes, I would think. So there's a YouTube link. I'm going to head over and listen to Steve. And I'll just put my announcement in. Of course, I'm not going to go until Steve shows up in our YouTube room, but I'll just put my announcement in. There goes Acer, guys. Acer making another new low, ACER. Well, I have 615 as the high for Acer on a weekly. That's the next high looking left. That's what I have anyway. I'm not sorry, Acer, PRQR, sorry. All right, give me a moment. Other one making a low here, guys. ICVX. Ooh, taking out 10. This was a real flyer a couple of weeks ago, got up to 1675 or so. PRQR, guys, holding 310. Issues loading from the cloud today. Let me just see. Ah, I think I just heard a little pop. Does that mean Mr. Gomez is there? Yes, he is.
Yep, I'm getting good at this.
Yeah.
Know all the settings before I come in.
Preparation. Look at the,
And
I've been talking about this PRQR, Steve.
okay,
Take a look at it. Look at it on a weekly.
ERQR. Oh wow, oh yeah. On a weekly too, huh?
Mm-hmm. So this had their some kind of a news last week. Was waiting for it to see if it could take out 3 again, and it 310 was the high last week, I think. And oh, my charts.
Yeah, same thing. I'm waiting for my screen here.
Mm-hmm.
Where's my screen? So if I just click another symbol, usually that kind of helps. Okay, so
Mm-hmm.
key RQR. Wow.
There you go.
And it's got a lot of room all the way up to 6
Yes.
or 5, 6-ish.
Yeah, 610, I think is the high. I think 610 or
I'd probably call it
615.
550 because I'd respect those 2 candle closes, and then you got the 200-day right there around 550. Seems like 550 could be in play.
Okay.
Well, how's it going? Is it quiet day, huh? I'm not doing a whole
Yeah,
lot.
not doing a heck of a lot. Well, look at the SPY even the last
Yeah.
hour and 15 minutes just kind of flattening out. So unless you're in something, I mean, these little ones like the PRQRs, they don't really care about what's happening, but they've been few and far between. HTGM is another one that we've been watching this morning. See if it takes out 5. HTGM, you might want to put that on your radar.
I like the daily chart coming back down to regroup.
Mm-hmm.
Pop a little new high on there. Was that on the races?
On the races, yeah, it's won a bunch of races. But yeah, not too much happening really. But may I leave now?
Oh, sure. Yes, I'm just I'm laughing at my cat who's trying to attack this bee, and I'm saving him from himself here.
The bee inside the house or
He's on the
bee
other
at the
side of the
window?
screen. He's on the other side of
Oh,
the
yeah,
screen, but
right.
he's about ready to get a paw full if he doesn't stop it.
Okay, my friend,
Okay.
I'll take off. You can go to one, or do you again? Do you have one of those meetings you
Yeah,
want me to
today's going to
jump over
be.
quickly?
Today I've got those 2 meetings afterwards, so it's just
Okay.
nonstop now.
Okay, I'll show up at
See you
about 10 to
whenever.
1 if you want.
Sounds
Okay.
good. Thanks. Bye.
Bye bye.
All right. Hello, everybody. Sorry, but you're going to have to leave the bee alone. He doesn't want to play. Surprise, we've got 61 people in here. That's not bad for a holiday session because that's really what we got going here, guys. Let me see. Make sure you hear me. Looks like you see me and hear me. That's good. Yeah, holiday session. I mean, if you're not trapped in a airport right now, I mean, geez, are you logging in trading or what are you doing? It's a very, very quiet week. I think some of the notable bigger stuff is Tesla is just not getting any reprieve whatsoever. I think Elon Musk is probably getting punished here by the forces that be. They don't like what he's doing over there at Twitter. Extremely oversold at some point. It could have a bounce. I'll tell you what, not that I really want to play extended bounces like that, but if something like that broke, I'll just go ahead and put a, if we could get like a price alert right about there, you could consider maybe looking to, a day trade scalp, oversold scalp. It's not something that I like to do, nor have I liked to do in the past. I kind of respect the trends and try not to go against the current. Let's see what's going on here in the chat. If I've missed anything. Asia says, watch AMAM. Get that right. Daily chart had one really good day and it's just been floundering ever since. However, it has picked up the 20-day here. Light volume today, of course, like everything. Not bad. Biotech. I just can't take biotechs home at night. I took Summit home with me one night only. One night and one night only could I afford that mental capital on this one back here. It's actually still doing well, but I just have a hard time taking home a swing trade that is a biotech. So there you have it. It does look good, Vamanos. It does look good. I mean, All systems are still go. It's got normal volume here today for a slow holiday trade. No one relative volume. The daily is what's really intriguing. It just doesn't want to pull back. So somebody liked this stock back here. It came on the radar. It's been consolidating. I was very disappointed to see that all of that was reversed. I sold half up here around 5, and I rode the other half back to a flat pretty much. And I just haven't gone back and double dipped. It's funny, I did find that stock originally on the races, and I'll show you. It looked just like that. Beautiful consolidation on the daily chart that particular day. And I saw it clicking through the races, and I said, wow, this thing's in play. Beautiful consolidation. I'll take a try. Had a nice day trade, kept half overnight, and then just regretted it. Let's see. Oh, boy, there it goes. It's starting to really kick up now, isn't it? Summit. If you trust that thing, if you trust that story, it's something to behold there. Good volume. All right, let me see if I have missed anything. Is there anybody in here who's been sent in here by the support staff who needs immediate attention on the software? I think there was a couple people that were looking for some questions, a little confused on their first opening of the software. Need a little tour. I'm happy to give that. So if you're here, please don't be shy. Just jump into the chat panel and ask away if you need any demonstration, if you have any confusion, or if you're a new user, et cetera, et cetera. Dinesh HTGM. Did we look at that one already? We did. Barry showed me that one. Other than that, KWeb, boy, the China stocks, they are not dying. They are looking strong. If Andy's on vacation this week, and I think if he was here, he really would be liking this this KWeb index, this China index here. This ETF is showing some pretty strong consolidation in the China stocks. QFIN was a lagger trade of the week that decided to finally start running last week. It took a while, but did it. But again, yeah, Summit's going to highs, I see. I'm just sorry I'm not in it this time. Very hard to get me to double dip Vominos. Usually if I get my wave, I ride the wave as best I can, and then I paddle out and I look for a new wave. I will oftentimes keep these on the radar, and if I see them pull back to a moving average, I might take a chance, but I wasn't feeling like a second double dip into a Summit. I took my money and ran. Back to that HTGM. Great volume today. Great volume. So it looks as if the AI is in this trade as well. And it looks like the AI took it short. Okay, so it was taking it as a short. You just never know. That's a tough one. Let's go through some of these races, shall we? So, geez, not much to look at ape there. This is a really good time of day that I like to take a look at some of these races and see if we're getting something like this, some consolidation that you could try to lean on. But this one looks like it's waning. It's got 2 candles below the 10 SMA. So to me, that means momentum is dying on the 15-minute. There's the HTGM. Okay, so LANV, interesting, new issue. Okay, kind of came out of nowhere. Relative volume, 10 times a China stock. Okay, so KWeb's got its back on the China stock. This is an interesting one right here. Let's just, how about we paper trade this one just for fun here? Let's bring up the paper trade module just to keep this thing moving sometimes. Log into sim trading. Let's go ahead and just buy 1,000 of this at 640 here. We're leaning on this 10 SMA, so we'll go LANV. Let's see if I have to type that in there apparently. There we go, LANV quantity, 1,000. We'll just do a market buy. Market buy, there's our buy load, and we'll just hit send. So what I'm doing here, select an account, of course. Which one we're going to do? Simulated trading default. All right. LANV, simulated trading default buy market 1,000 shares. So we're just simulating a trade here, guys. I'm seeing a strong opening, and I saw sideways consolidation right into the 10 SMA. So I'm demonstrating here, there's our simulated buy, how we can try and lean on this, where is it? There it is, LANV, how we can lean on this 10 SMA here. So ideally, while we're speaking over the next 45 minutes, we might get a nice push higher out of LANV. What I'll even do is I'll put a price alert in there just to let us know if it gets going. But I'm not waiting for this price alert, okay? I think in my book, if I'm going to want to day trade stocks, and again, I'm just kind of looking for hypothetical ideas here because I'm not doing a whole lot today, but in the interest of education and trading, I know people are curious. I like these things that show up on the races. That means they're doing big volume, they're moving, but you don't want to be the chaser up here at $8, for example, on LANV. You want to wait for your pitch so it pulls back down to close to 6 and consolidates sideways. Sideways consolidation after a big push in the early AM is a very good reaction, I should say, to a early morning push. Okay, it's not coming all the way back. You can consolidate in price and you can consolidate over time. And in this case, we're consolidating over time. So the sideways action right into this 10 SMA also didn't even mention, but it's also above my 5-day moving average here. See how it kind of pulled back that level. So this, in my opinion, is a pretty solid level to try and take a stab at for a day trade. And again, all I'm looking for would be a nice push off of this moving average that I can start scaling out of, as a day trade momentum trade. This isn't a live trade. It's a simulator. My live trades are few and far between for those who know me. I mean, usually I'm in here on Thursday, but half of my 401k is basically not sitting in cash. It's sitting in PSLV. My silver thesis is slowly starting to come to life on the charts. As I say, the charts slowly starting to confirm the story. Very light, mostly cash in my 401k. I do have one share, one position. I got this company called Beat. This is a investment. It's not a trade, and I'm not too worried about it here. I bought some back here. I sold some back here. Bought some back, and now I'm just kind of letting it. I'm going to let it just sit off that 50-day moving average and see what happens. Normally, I wouldn't be like, investing in a lot of things, but right now I got a good feeling about that particular one. Hello, Scott. What does consolidation and price over time look like? Sure. So let's go back to LANV as I was using this as an example of consolidation over time. So there's our movement up, pretty good pullback, but as you can see, the consolidation 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sideways candles. So we call this consolidation over time down here. Whereas something else, let's see if we can find another good example on our charts here. Okay. Whereas APE bounced back up, but APE has been consolidating over price and time. So it's not one or the other. Time is always going to be a factor, but you can go sideways and let the moving averages catch up to it. And that's what I call consolidation over time, because it's really not giving away in price. It's holding a strong bid, and patience is a virtue. Eventually, you just have to wait for that next moment where somebody panics and the next move occurs. So APE would be a good example of consolidation over price. It's pulled back over price here. And that LANV, which is already out of the money a little bit, is consolidating over time sideways. Now, let me also say that I don't like these setups at the end of the day. These consolidations are great midday setups. Like I said, the bull came out of the pen and rushed forward, pullback in price, consolidation, whatnot, what we just talked about. That midday pullback is really interesting. About an hour and a half to 2.5 hours after the open, which is what we're trying here on this simulation trade. It can get you can get some good moves this time of day. But if this was 3:30 Eastern and I was trying to do a play like this, I wouldn't do it and I wouldn't trust it, because I think a lot of momentum dies at the end of the day as margin accounts and day traders have to exit their trades. So while we're looking for momentum as traders, the first half of the morning is our sweet spot. Oh no, and we just got, all right, so we just got a new candle. Technically, the prior candle closed just at, so I'm going to give this a little bit of weight. I'm going to go ahead and put a price alert right there. And if this thing doesn't want to hold up, it shows us that we can kind of get a quick free look and just see, rather than chasing new highs and suffering a giant pullback, sometimes these sideways moves can give us a chance to get out quickly if we're wrong, but we'll see. This one looks a little dicey. There's Tesla at lows, just being punished. And notice the momentum, right, to the downside. As soon as that 10 SMA came down in the vicinity. Remember, I drew that line and said if Tesla can get back above that line and anticipate above that 10 SMA, it might be interesting, but the sellers are having something else to say about that. All right, Scott, I hope that answers your question. Consolidation. The sideways consolidations are ultimately more stronger if they resolve higher than a pullback in price. Pullback in price is not as conclusive or not as confident for something like that. Let's check in on our little swing trade here. Excuse me, our simulated trade. We'll come back to that. What else do we have on here? Okay, so here's an example of kind of both consolidation, really. There's the opening range movement and a little bit of price consolidation, but mostly sideways consolidation. And look at that sweet spot right there. This is how I would like to play the races if I was a momentum day trader, which I'm not. So I'm trying to help people kind of orient themselves as to maybe the best time of day and how to use these. Good, Scott. Thanks. I'm glad that helped. But yeah, it never really has to even touch the 10 SMA. But boy, when it gets close enough for government work right there, it kind of tells you it wants to move higher. All right. Okay, had to close that window. Hello, Patrick. We're having a good day on our metals, aren't we? Let's get my right. So looking at our there's talk about sideways consolidation. There's a beautiful example of it right there in the old gold miner sector. Look at that. Not only that, on the daily, it's starting to make some noise. It's been caught up here horribly at its 200-day, but the mining stocks are actually trying something today. Patrick knows I'm sitting in PSLV. I mentioned that earlier. All good over there. PSLV is not to be confused with SLV. SLV is junk paper that the banks will naked short. PSLV is the Sprott Physical Silver Fund, which is audited, and you are definitely getting what you're investing in over there. Yeah, I'll tell you what, Patrick, what a day it was, huh? I mean, it was almost too hot for Christmas in San Diego. We went to Law Street and hung out on Christmas, and if you live in San Diego, it was not normal. It was darn right warm. All right. So I'm just curious what the relative volume is. So we type in SPY. Relative volume of 0.84. So just a tad below regular volume for a holiday. The week between Christmas and New Year's is usually a pretty slow week. Looking at the SPY here, a couple things come to note. We did have a pretty good gap fill if you're into gaps in this recent move. However, we are now pinned under our 200 and our 50 days. So, the price is kind of guilty until proven innocent in terms of the SPY. All right. So yeah, I was going to say K-Web, pretty strong sector today. There's a consolidation by price. Scott, K-Web, big push in the morning and then big consolidation in price. Getting real sloppy at my moving average though, but technically speaking, it did kind of break its momentum right there, and it's just kind of slopping around now. But that's a good example of consolidation in price. What was it? GDX? Yeah, GDX. So let's just pop a little price alert in there. Sometimes when we see sideways consolidation, we like to know if we're going to get any movement out of that range, and we can just easily grab a right click price alert to set that notion. Mm-hmm. All right. Anybody doing anything really crazy today, like trying to buy a bottom in Tesla just for fun? We didn't get a price alert, so that means that our simulated trade should be doing okay, not the AI trade. Brokerage Plus, Land V. Okay, hang in there, buddy. It's holding its 5-day moving average there. So again, that's why I've popped that little price alert in there, just to let me know if I've got my back turned against these fictitious trades over here. As you can see, I'm not even paying attention to these things. There's no reason to be in something like this. So yeah, K-Web still leading the way. Okay. Commodity indexes, things you can drop on your feet, as we see silver and gold and oil strong as steel today. There's our gold miners trying to hold that moving average right there. There's our paper silver, paper gold starting to break down a little bit there midday. Steel. What's X doing? Not bad, actually, on the daily chart, sitting above all of its moving averages. So yeah, it's a commodity-driven type of day. Oil, gold, steel, silver seems to be the desired sectors. Just a simulation trade here on this morning push, trying to trust this sideways action, but the longer it goes sideways and doesn't pop back out of this range, the more, or the less, I should say, I'm going to trust it. All right, what else is on these races here? Anything of interest? There's Summit. What's Summit doing? Hanging strong. So if you're grinding in Summit today higher, there's no reason to get out. And I'll tell you, when you look back on Summit, you see it's got a personality of getting ahead of itself and then pulling back. So any new push to new highs, you might want to take a little off because you can. It's no better feeling than being in a winning trade and putting in a limit sell at a new high and watching somebody panic and come up and buy it from you and put some money in your pocket. That's how it's supposed to be done. But in the end, what I'm getting at is once it breaks this momentum line midday, could happen later today, that's my signal candle. That's when I want to get out. Now, if we go back to our sim trade, I'm kind of in between here. Oh, yeah, I'm in flux. So shoot, we got 5 minutes to get this candle back in play. Otherwise, I would probably give up on this trade. I don't like to become a hoper. I want these things to bounce off that moving average like a trampoline when I expect it to. And that tells me that I do have buyers and I do have friends in there. But when it starts to bleed and starts to just lose volume and lose focus and shape, what's the point? You've kind of become a guesser again. So sometimes you just want to take your nick and move on. That Campbell's soup was another. Geez, I mean, soup. Nothing exciting about soup, but technically speaking, that what should have broken out back here as the trade of the week last week, and it didn't. It made it tough and grinding back to new highs again. So probably not a bad investment. Canned soup right now. All right, you guys have any questions? And again, I'll announce again, was anybody sent in here, please, for support who needs a demonstration on something, a new user, or needs help configuring something? That's why we're here. All right, while I drop that, give me 60 seconds, guys. Let me warm up my coffee. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Quiet day. No questions. I'll just wait for some questions to come in. How's our swing? Excuse me, our simulated trade. It's trying to fight back. Trying to fight back. See, normally I'm looking at this moving average right here, saying we got to get back above this 10. But in this case, we've got kind of this little second floorboard right there. I'm going to keep an eye on that. But just walking you guys through a hypothetical. There's many different ways to trade. Barry has got his method and does great at it. I've got my methods and I do okay at it. Actually, no. I mean, anything positive. It was a positive year, thank God, in 2 accounts. One account I can short in. That account did pretty good. The other account was my 401k. I cannot short in my 401k. So the 401k was barely up at all this year, but I'll take that for comparative arguments. Very quiet in the AI world. There's that HTGM. Again, I don't think I agree with Holly on that one. I think that looks more like a long, but that's okay. Bill, anything happening on the Discord topic? I'm not sure specifically what the Discord topic is, but we are moving forward with the Discord platform. We do like it. and Barry likes it. And so 2023, we'll have a lot more Discord content available to it, I believe. There might have been one issue as to maybe how many people we can have in there at a time. I don't know. We're working through some issues, but everything's kind of green lighted on that, Bill. So I see no reason why we shouldn't join the Discord community. Yeah, Barry might have some more information for you on that one. Right. Yeah. Like Barry says, the issue is how many people can we see the screen at once? We want to be able to grow that and exponentially scale that. So we're trying to figure out how we can scale that. Because Barry's way too popular to limit at 50. All right, so, again, silver was strong this morning. Here's a good example of just random, I'm not in this stock, but there's a random signal candle. That to me right there tells me that AG has probably lost its momentum for the day. A good push in the morning and then just kind of gives it up right here. All right. Hello, Peter. Yeah. Yeah, we'll get that worked out, Peter. All right. So curious to see how my sim trade is working here. Let's go back to that. LANV. So I'm going to stay with this one in simulated land, close enough for government work. I've got that price alert just below that blue line, which is a 5-day moving average. China company, what do they do? Interesting. Dada, another China stock. What a messy daily chart, though. That's a nice looking chart. Another China stock, of course. It's a beauty. If Andy was here today, he'd probably be on some of these names. All right, guys. Anybody new checking in here that needs some support, some help? Otherwise, I just ramble. How close do I watch the 5-day moving average? Well, it's just another piece of the puzzle for me. So I do watch it pretty close. And if you'll notice that I have it on my 15-minute chart along with only the 10 SMA. So just those two indicators alone indicates it's a pretty significant, closely watched moving average for me. It doesn't tell me what to do. It just tells me that I'm at a level of interest. It says, if I bang out of this thing here right now, I might look back in hindsight and go, Steve, why were you scared of this? It was sitting right on the support that you like, the 130, the 5-day moving average. Sure, it broke the 10, but this is kind of a unique situation here again. So I'm kind of bringing that in as a secondary, Peter. I'm kind of using that as like a secondary indicator here to keep me in this hypothetical trade again. This is a hypothetical trade. I probably would not stay in this trade if I had not seen, that's a horrible line, if I had not seen the support of this 5-day moving average here, I probably would have bailed by now, or I may not have even taken it. But for right now, to answer your question, it is closely watched and it's keeping me in the trade. So however significant you find that, I would say is a good way to answer that. Sorry, I'm just reading something over here. All right, let's see. Looks like we're all caught up on questions. Hi, Scott. Okay, so good question. Scott said, how did you come up with a 130 average? The 130 average, again, is another way of calling it the 5-day moving average. But what we're doing is we're viewing the 5-day moving average on a 15-minute plot. If I go over here to the daily and I try to put a 5-day moving average on the daily, it's too hard. It's much more visually enticing to see a rolling 5-day moving average on a 15-minute chart. So how do we get that? So it literally is the 5-day, but we need 130 periods because there's 130 15-minute candles in a 1 week 5-day period. 5 days of trading, 130 candles. So if I just add a new SMA and then I change my period to 130, that gives me a beautiful smoothed out 5-day moving average. Now it's not trying. I might have to simulate the exit in this thing. We'll see. But if you'd like, I can give you my settings. If anybody wants the settings, you can just take this cloud code and load that chart, and it'll look just like mine. But it's a great tool. I learned it from Brian Shannon when he wrote his original book, Trading in Multiple Time Frames. He's coming out with his new book, Anchored VWAP. And he showed me that it's just a very simple, smoothed out way to look at a key indicator. It doesn't tell me to do anything. It just tells me that the price is at an area of interest and I need to watch it here to try and get some early indications. Last thing you want to do is just continue to talk yourself into not getting out of a trade. The earlier you can pull off a band-aid and get into that habit and move on to the next opportunity, the better. You start to develop mental reps and it keeps the emotions and keeps you in a zen state. You're going to get paper cuts. There's no way to avoid the paper cuts, so you might as well learn how to take them in stride. Whole lot. All right. If somebody in here had a question on the moving averages, the 10, the 20, and the 50 all converging at the same spot, I can help you with that. Just speak up and let me know. Excuse me. I'm finally getting over this second cold. Too much fun. Again, I have really, I'm taking it all the way into the new year quietly. Cash, PSLV here, and blue. That's all I've really got in my account. Not blue, I'm sorry. Beat. That's all I've really got in my accounts. Okay, I should be here with you for another 10, 15 minutes, guys. Some good questions so far. I mean, obvious good questions. I speak sometimes and forget that there's newcomers that don't really know what I'm talking about sometimes, with momentum lines and 130 lines and things like that. Back to my simulation trade here. I'm still going to give it some time and see if it can hold on. A nice close here in the next couple of minutes above. But I will tell you this: I'm already behind the 8 ball on this trade. I fully expected this candle to give me a bounce, and so now that it didn't, this is where you got to throw your caution flags up. And so I'm using this 130, as you can see. Let's zoom in. We can see the last 3 candles. 4. Geez, look how many candles here. 1, 2, 3, 4 touches. So we got 4 touches on this moving average I'm talking about. And in my world, that means we've got a correlation and there's something significant to draw from that. Okay, high end. Let me clear my throat. Okay, so somebody's wanting to find out how they can see a situation where all moving averages, and I mean the 10, the 20, and the 50, are converging together on a 15-minute chart. So the way in which I would do that, assuming it's the question, even if it isn't, this is still the basic concept. I'm going to start with a top list. And the top list is just filters. So it's not requiring a new event. I don't need to see a new high. I don't need to see a new low. I don't need to see any of that. I just want to know what symbols are currently resting on the 10, the 20, and the 50 on my, and it's great that you're using a 15-minute example because that's what I like to use so we can see it. We might even go ahead and mark that up. Anyway, so here's how we would do it. We'll open a new top list. The basic settings here is price, 5-day average, and that's it. So what we need to do is add these 3 filters. We're going to go to the search window. And the first thing we're going to do is we're going to do, let's just do change. Sorry, no, let's try 10 SMA. That's our keyword. 10 SMA, let's go to the right frame. Change from 10 period SMA 15-minute chart. There is our filter. Add that filter. All right, let's just continue to get the ones we need. 20 SMA on a 15-minute chart. Change from 20% on a 15. We need that filter. And lastly, we want that 50. I hope we have the 50. Ooh, do we not have the 50 on the 15-minute chart? Might not have the 50 on the 15-minute chart. Okay, so that's going to be the daily. Well, in that case, we can do the 10 and the 20, it looks like. So when we do SMA, we can look at the change from 10, 10, 8, 8, 10. 20, There's the 200. There's the 130. Yeah, we don't have the 50 on the 15 minutes. So that's disappointing. I'm sorry about that. Oh, shoot. I just closed it. Let's try this again. Go real quick here. You wrote some more stuff. Then the volumes 3 times. Okay, no problem. Within the 15 minutes. Okay, no problem. Right. So it looks like I can get you almost there, except I just can't get that 50 SMA on the 15-minute chart. So let's try again. I'll give you the scan too, by the way. So I'll go 10 SMA, 15-minute chart, add filter, 20 SMA, 15-minute period, add filter. Okay, now we need to configure these. So the way we want to do is envelope these. We want to say the price is at or touching the 10 SMA on a 15. We'll give it some slippage. We'll say, how about, 0.05 hundredths of a percent below to anything 0.05 hundredths of a percent above. So we've got a 1/10 of a percent window envelope that we're straddling that level there. And so if we do the same thing with this filter, we're going to be duplicating the fact that the 10 and the 20 and the price are all there together. And then you said relative volume. So there's 2 ways to go for the relative volume. We can do relative volume today, but you're saying use 15 relative. So let's go like this. Volume 15 minute as a percent. Perfect. That's what you're looking for. Add that filter, and it's got to be 300%. It's got to be 3 times normal 15-minute, right? The volume is 3 times the average volume within a 15-minute candle. Okay, so what we've got for you here is everything that you wanted, unfortunately, except that 50 SMA on the 15-minute time frame. He's got a then. So this is what we have so far. Okay, so let's see what you're going to come up with here. This is our filter set. I'm going to go ahead and launch this just for fun. And I'm going to duplicate that chart. And I'm going to turn that indicator into a 20. Let's see what we get. Okay, so far at the moment, it's not really giving us a whole lot. I'm going to turn that volume down just a little bit just to see if I can get some more. Got another parameter coming in. Nope, it's that same stock. Okay, so NID, here's a 15-minute chart. NID, the 10, the 10 and the 20, and the price is right, stuck at the 10 and the 20. Okay, so now we've got the configuration. So you're asking to take it a step further, which is back testing it. So back testing it means we do have to drop it into a scanner, and then we have to create an event, and the event is what triggers the back test. So what would an event be that you might want to see? I mean, I can't just go ahead and throw in new high or new low. I mean, it's really going to depend on, what type of event do you want to see on the stocks that are showing up at these particular configurations. I'm going to turn that volume filter down even more. See if I can get some more in here. If I turn the volume filter down to normal, now we're going to see all these charts that basically have the 20, and there's not a lot of other filters in here, so you're going to get a lot of junky stocks too. But there's the 20 and the 10 right there. The price is sitting right on that one. Okay, I'll wait for you, Sam, because 130 gives me a smoothed out 5-day moving average. If I look at a 5-day moving average on the daily chart, it's going to be really tight and hard to see. It's going to be wedged in there really close. But when we use 130 candles on a 15-minute chart time frame, that gives us a smoothed out look. We can see if I pull out clean, if I back up on clean here, we can see it's way below the 5-day. And look at this just as a matter of interest. when clean was trying to bounce, look where the sellers came in and leaned on it right there underneath that declining 5-day. So that kind of came into play back then. So still waiting. Somebody's telling me about this LANV. So I'm starting to lose it, I guess. Let's take a look. Yeah, it's still holding that. I'd stay in that thing. It's still holding. At 9:45 a.m. Okay, so you would mean probably East Coast. You probably mean that candle right there. Let's try this. I'm going to do this. I'm going to say I'm going to grab all these filters here. I'm going to right click and I'm going to go what's called collaborate. All right, collaborate's taking all of the filter settings that we made in that scan with no event. Copy that. Now we'll create a new alert with an event. I'll just launch it, collaborate it, and this is sticking those filter settings now, pasting into that window. Now I have to create an event. And the event I think I'm going to use is called running up, because it was running up at that point in the day. It's just telling you the price is running up, and there's a couple different ways you can do it. But running up confirmed. I'll just say running up now. We could use that, running up now. Add alert. Okay, and then this becomes an event. And history today, these are all the times that there was something running up at the moment that you had that configuration. So the only way to back test something like this is to drop it into an event. And then once we've got our event, whether it's a new high, new low, running up, running down, we could even try an event to be, well, how about this? If we say unusual volume, unusual number of prints or volume, high relative volume spike. You could try that. But here's the thing, 1 minute volume spike. If you're going to use these things, you can't use more than one event. You want to use just one event, and you could back test something like that. So once you've got it into an alert window, you just need to right click and you can back test, which is a whole other chapter of knowledge from there. The moving averages were in the same price about, and the volume was more than 3 times average with the 15-minute time frame than it was in support area. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you this top list here. This is kind of a filter setting. I'm going to go back and I'm going to change that that filter that you wanted for 300%, 3 times normal, 15 volume. And I'm going to give you this as just a scan, just a place to start with. And then, like I said, if you want to create a an event out of it, then you can start to back test it. I'll give you this one as well. This one has the volume spike in there. But I have a feeling it's going to probably start off to be kind of noisy. And then Sam, did you have a question? If you selected the pre-market data on 15-minute chart, yes. If you select pre-market on, the moving average will be on. If you select do not look at pre-market, it will not be calculating that. Now, as you can see, my preference is to not use the pre-markets in my analysis. I don't have pre-market on there. What's Tesla doing, just out of curiosity? All right, so Tesla's trying to intraday break. That first break of the moving average failed, but it might try again here for a kind of a little weak attempted bounce. For the remainder of today, we'll see. But I'm expecting Barry any minute. I bet he's already there. There he is.
I'm here. I just was listening to you talk about trying to build that scan for that gentleman.
Yeah, you can
And
go
you're
a lot of
right, because I
directions.
mean, if you don't have a lot of filters in place, sure, you'll be able to find LANV, but you may also find 10 others that you don't want to see. And that's always the problem.
What you can do is put some volume filters in there. That'll help clean it up a little bit. There's so many different ways to go, but it's a starting point, and it's a good demonstration on how to use the filters to envelope and bracket the moving averages, because that was your original question, trying to find out, which stocks have the price resting on that particular couple of moving averages.
Yes, and I'm
Yes.
this PRQR. For me, it held the VWAP. That was that's. I know you don't look at the VWAP that much, but for me, it held the VWAP, and also that indicator, the
Yeah.
that magic indicator that we've got was still looking pretty bullish. So
The
that's what
histogram.
allowed me to keep in the trade. Normally, I would have been out of that trade.
Well, it's funny because in my universe, the same thing. The 10 SMA keeps you in the trade. A couple of nice tests, but no break of the 10 SMA on my 15-minute chart. But again, to answer the great dovetail of Sam's question, I don't use pre-market in my calculations, where Barry does. So that's
I
trading
do.
for you.
Yeah,
Dozen of one and six of the other. It's half dozen
that's
or
right. There's
whatever.
no right
Yeah,
or wrong.
there is no right or wrong. It's an art form. All right, Barry,
All
I'm
right,
going to
Steve,
stretch
you
my
can take
legs.
off if you want.
Thank you, sir. Have a
All
good
right.
rest of your quiet trading day.
I will. Okay.
All right.
Just give me
See
a
ya.
moment, please. All right, guys, I am back in all the rooms. Let me get message out of the way and get my music rolling again. Give me one moment. So yeah, I took this trade earlier. Just before I went on my break. Now, a lot of times I would have been out of this trade, okay, but I was going to have a little faith in what this histogram was telling me, and also the VWAP was holding. So I kept in it. We'll see what happens. I mean, I don't know if it's going to just accelerate from here, but at least it's above where I got it, so that's always good. I'm in at 310, and yeah, so we'll see what happens. Steve Gomez is who helped you. High-end security system. Okay, Steve Gomez. I'll just write him down. Steve Gomez. Yeah, Steve Gomez. I just put his name just above where the last the last post you did. Okay. Wow, look at GME. Holy smokes. This is really starting to give it up now, guys. GME. Meme stock that started it all, but boy, oh boy, it's just getting sold off. I looked at Zach's bounce scan. The only one I took was the LWLG, and that's about the only one that didn't work. Every other one. Right after that was the IPHA, but I was on my break. I mean, it didn't work unbelievably, but it was 287 on the alert, got up to three. Well, actually, from 287 to 328 would have been a great percentage move. But I'm not going to touch this GME. The next low looking left is 1850. What did it get to? Got to 1865 on the low. So HTGM has been a bit choppy, but again, it's trying to test that 5 level. What did it get up to? Got up to 522. That was at 11, the 11:30 candle. I mean, if it takes out 5 in a big way, but remember that float is fabulous when it's working for you, horrible when it's not. 690,000. I know I've done this before. So let me let me check my float checker and check some other websites. I'm pretty sure I've done this one or for the HTGM, and we've come up, yeah. So so 780, 788, 730, 730, 920. Usually the Wall Street Journal is what we have. But anyway, it's under 1 million, the float. So that is why, you've got to be awfully careful. You take something like this, you cannot wander away from your computer with that float. So Overstock is a bit of a bounce. OSTK, I mean, that's coming from Zach Scanner, 1894, a couple of bottoming tails. Didn't get that much below 1894. I mean, it's got some room to 1930, I guess. The VWAP's at 1932. These 15-minute candles around 1930. So it's got some room. Just give me a moment. So like I did on Friday, guys, unless things really start to pick up, I'm probably going to shut the room down around 2:30, okay, instead of 3:30, unless things really start to pick up. I might do that for the rest of the week. Just look at the SPY. I mean, the SPY now is in this real pretty tight range now, 383, 381 or so. Yeah, 381, 383, pretty tight range now for the last couple of hours. Now, again, some of the things that we follow don't really care about what the SPY is doing. Some of the, obviously, these very low float ones. But the bottom line is there's just not a lot of trading today. Yeah, again, Peter Smith, just to clear up this whole thing about Discord, it's not that I can almost assure you that we're going to keep the Discord room, okay? We're on 3 rooms at the time. I mean, it's not that big a deal to keep an eye on everything. It's just that instead of going completely over to Discord from the pro trading room, we can't do that unless we can get around this 50 viewing of my screen limitation, but we will continue to have the Discord room for those who want to head in it. So it's not like we're not going to have a Discord room. Get a big spy chart out. You're going to see what I'm talking about. I mean, this is just. Oh, you can just see, look at this. I mean, it's just doing nothing. Just a little tight range, 381, 383. Very tight range for the last, oh, really, since 10:15. Saw Tusk earlier. It was showing up on this scan right there, showing up there. Haven't seen it for a while, but let's take a look at Tusk, USK. So this to me looks like a short, right? To me, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's broken down through the 200-day. Sorry, it is broken down through the VWAP, 826. So this to me looks like a short right now. Short bias anyway. Breaking down through underneath the VWAP. I mean, yeah, you're right. I mean, obviously, if it can take out this, excuse me, up here, but right now, looks like it's more like a green bar ignored underneath the VWAP and just kind of drifting its way down. Okay, come on, move now, PRQR. A little faith in what happened earlier. Oops. Yeah, I'm looking at this histogram. You see how the bars are increasing? Again, this is a special indicator that is not available. And when it becomes available, I have no idea. But I will say this, it's, the plan is to release it as a part of the premium service. So just let you know. Now, whether that happens, I don't know. I have no control over that. But the theory behind all this is that when the bars start to get bigger and bigger, it means the ratio between bullish candlestick patterns versus bearish candlestick patterns, the bulls are winning. Well, if you have the premium service is available, but again, I don't know if they're going to stick to that, but that's, if you listen to Michael Noss, I mean, he'll be there on Thursday. You can ask him again, but I guess the plans are to have it as part of the premium service. So it's not like it won't be available, but you have to be a premium subscriber. But again, nothing is written in stone. Okay, oh man, we've got this. This is a SPAC that is just going crazy right now, guys. No volume though. Okay, so it just got halted. LJAQ, they just got halted. And have they announced who they're going to merge with? A business combination with Moolec Science, MOO, like Moo, and then LEC, Moolec Science. Okay. A newly created affiliate, Moolec Science. It's a Luxembourg company, which will be listed on NASDAQ. This is what I'm looking at, guys. So it doesn't say when, though. The transaction is expected to be completed in the second half of 2022, which we're certainly right at the end of it. So maybe it's getting closer. There's no volume, though. But look where it could open. Okay, 28. The halt is at 22. Again, this blue screen you see here is from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with Trade Ideas. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. So there's the halt price for LJAQ, and here's the potential open way above that halt price. But again, there's no volume. So it seems like when you see something like this, it seems like usually you'll see a shareholders vote on whether or not it goes through. It seems like, although I don't see any news on that, it seems like it's passed. And then they usually say, and we will start trading as the newly merged company as this symbol on this date. I don't see any of that, but there is a reason why this is popped. But again, there is no volume. Now you stop that, PJ, getting ready to short PRQR. You just stop that right now. Give me a little pop, okay, before you want to start short. In fact, is it? Yeah, it is available. Yeah, lots of shares available. There, take that, PJ. If this weren't a bio, I would almost consider swinging it. Seriously, just because of the room it's got. Molecular farming, Moolec Science. So this is announced quite a while ago. This is back in June. So to me, it means that normally you'll see some kind of a headline saying that the shareholders have approved the merger. I just don't see that. Anyway, we'll see what happens once this opens. If it's a 5 minute halt, it'll open at 1:16 plus 11 seconds. And that's already gone by. So this is going to be probably at least a 10-minute halt. Usually there are multiples of five. There's the halt at 1:11 plus 11 seconds. So that is obviously past 5 minutes. So maybe it'll be a 10-minute halt. I can guarantee that anybody who took this, who got, lucky enough to get it here and they're watching this, are saying, please open, because the longer this goes, of course, this can drift down that price. Well, yeah, it can. I mean, short term for sure. I mean, you look at it. I mean, if it took out the VWAP again, on the upside, maybe. But it's not like Tusk. Tusk, ever learn how to type the symbol in correctly? There's the VWAP. Okay, so Tusk was below the VWAP. Hey, but listen, anything can happen. I was just excited because it finally took out on some volume. It finally took out three, but we'll see. And of course, there's only one reason. I'm like because of that potential fill right there on the weekly. I mean, I think this could again, if it weren't a bio, this could, you could look at this and go, man, I mean, I could swing this. If it weren't a bio, because you just never know what they could do in terms of financing. Oh man, well, it's not going to hold 49.90. That's not going to hold. So be really interested to see where this one opens. If it's a 10-minute halt, it's going to be 121 plus 11 seconds. So about a minute from now, if it's a 10-minute halt. definitely keep this up. 1,425. I mean, that's not going to hold, obviously. I was now okay, so if this is going to be a 10-minute halt, this will open in about 10 seconds. So we'll see if this actually opens. Oops, got the wrong one. Oh, you idiot. I got rid of my time and sales. That's okay. Here we go. So it's going to be longer than a 10-minute halt. So again, usually they're multiples of 5. So maybe it'll be a 15-minute halt. It's not a news halt. Well, here's another one, guys. Another all-time low for NNOX. Well, I'm going to stick an alert underneath that whole number and see if it takes it out at some point. I remember all these names that are making all-time lows and how crazy high they were at one point. Meta, I can see why. Little down, little candle there, the 15-minute making a new low. Boy, it's been in a pretty tight range for the last few weeks, Meta. Yeah, look on the daily, look at that. Okay, there's the HTGM again, guys, over 5. So I think what I'm going to do right now, what time is it? 1:24. I'm going to do my quick video. Shouldn't take, well, the video itself doesn't take very much time. It's just a matter of as long as I don't screw it up the first time. So let me put an announcement in. So 1:25, I'm going to say 1:35. I should be back before then, but just in case. Okay, I will mute myself, all 3 rooms. Hey guys, I'm back. So this is still not opened yet? LJAQ is still not opened yet, has it? Nope. So now we're getting, remember the last time we saw this, never mind the craziness before, but that was 28 something. Now it's 29 something, the potential open. Did I see GH before? I don't think so. Yeah, so a lot of my relative volume filters are at least 2, so that's why I wouldn't see it. You know, so it's 1.9 right now, so that's why I wouldn't have seen it. But you're right, yeah, nice little break. All-time low right now. Definitely would not see it in this one because I have a very high relative volume of 8 in here, but most of my relative volume filters are a minimum of 2. Man, look at this spy. So we really have to see, we have to find these little ones, you know, that are really kind of trading on their own because if you're going to follow some big stock, typically, you know, you're not going to do too much. I'm even interested in that meta from Shady to see if it's really moved much. Little bit, but I'm looking at the spy here and so this is now, so NNOX is actually showing up on Zach's bouncers. So this is an all-time low right now. I sort of had an alert set underneath 7, but let's see what happens. Hey, who knows? Maybe 7 holds it for a while. You know, GME takes this out right there. That's a low of 2 days ago, 1850. Tried, got down to what, 18? Well, I think it probably got down to 1850. Yeah, got down to 1850 to the low of 2 days ago. Takes that out. Boy, this could just keep moving down. Yeah, this one unfortunately was not shortable for me. ATNF, that was a great break right there at 2 underneath the VWAP. We're down to 175, just not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Well, we probably have some pretty nervous people right now. If you're in this LJAQ, thinking, "Come on, open, open at 29." So now this is turning into it's almost like a news halt because this is now 25 minutes. Yeah, it's been halted for 25 minutes now, 111.11. So it's been halted for 25 minutes and counting. So, this could be the HTGM. I mean, it could be one of these ones that really catches fire later on. I mean, it's already up 58%, but if it can really take 5 out, because the next high is around 6. Yeah, so Domino's from the YouTube room talks about HMY and a 15-minute flag, I guess, yeah. Through the VWAP also, 347. But, I mean, I don't know. I just look left. I just see way too much resistance. I mean, look at this daily chart. It's not that far away. Say call this 350. That high right there is 365, 364, 363, 361. There's just a lot happening right around that 360 mark. I mean, listen, it may break through, but Yeah, Tesla weakening again. Tesla. Only reason I just have this thumbnail. Well, that will be a momentous occasion if it gets into double digits. Seriously, psychologically, if it takes out 100. I did not see. Yeah, another. No, not quite an all-time low, but yeah, I did not see Fate. Why? Well, there's that relative volume. Well, Riven, I guess you must have got it differently from when I did because I just found Riven kind of choppy. But it looks a lot like Tesla, doesn't it? I mean, all these EV plays. It's one of these funds, a dynamic income fund, PDI. And what is, let's see, let's look left. 1864 is the next low looking left that I can see. So it looks like this has got some room on the way down. PDI. They marked it a reverse split last week, I think. Well, I know they did. I just don't know what the ratio was. So Mark did a reverse split last week. Yeah, well, if you had 1,000 shares of this, you're only 23, but I know what you're saying. And then trying to wait this out. But look at this. I mean, 32 now. Only 23,000 have traded. Anything's possible, Peter. I mean, it's not a news halt. Peter in our YouTube room is saying, could the exchanges halt it for the rest of the day? It is not, in theory, a news halt. At this point, I'm just pointing this out mainly for entertainment purposes. Keep wanting to see what will happen once this opens, if it does open. Because right now it's a 35-minute halt unless it opens in 1 second. Nope. So it's a 35-minute halt right now. Now this just opened. Actually, it opened. It did open. 140. Yeah, it did open. So it was a 35-minute halt. It just opened, guys. So if you happen to have some, you would be scrambling, I hope, to get rid of some anyway, if not all. Look how wild the bid ask is. And before people say, well, how come, a scan didn't pick? I mean, a scan could pick this up. But first of all, remember, the volume was terrible. The spread was probably horrible. Now if you guess right and you take it here and, close your eyes, sure. But, some really bad things can happen too. So I'm just looking to see if this is going to get halted on the way down. Looks like it's going to get halted on the way down. I'm just that little blue dot with interactive brokers usually signifies a halt is coming. Maybe not. Anyway, well, of course you can't trade it. You cannot trade it. I mean, if you happen to get lucky and saw it down here and said, "Oh, okay, I'll take a," but yeah, you can't. I mean, it's impossible to trade, really. When it got halted, it was only 23,000 shares. I mean, the only reason I see it is because it showed up on the halts resumed. That's the only reason. Meanwhile, PDI is just dripping down. PDI dripping down. Not in this one. And another one making an all-time low. BLDE, another all-time low. BLDE. Yeah, so now this is halted. Okay, so this is now halted again on the way down. LJAQ. I mean, this could easily just come right back down to 10. Most will not have shorts available for LJAQ, I think. Certainly not interactive brokers. Not that I would want to try to short this because, again, you never know what happens. You could be in a short and then it pops $10 on you. This is just entertainment value right now, guys, in a slow day. So there's your Tusk. Okay, getting closer to that VWAP again, 826. So it's a little bit above the VWAP. You like it as a swing, okay? Yeah, well, it looks like I'm just trying to see where the next highs are in the weekly. Got to go back. I've got to go back quite a ways, actually. There's 2021. I mean, it looks like the next high is on the weekly, 1138, but that's also uh, 2.5 years, 2.5 years ago. So yeah, it's got some room for sure. LANV on watch. Okay. Yeah, I mean, if it can take this is a key area. I mean, you're giving up some, but I mean, obviously, if it can take out seven, I'll put an alert there. 702. Yeah, I'll put an alert up there for LANV. If it can take that out, I mean, the high of the day was 8. So, I mean, if it can take that out with some volume, the volume is just shrunk. I mean, there's no volume at all. That's the problem right now. So you'd need some volume, a volume burst. I'm looking at the histogram. I mean, it's diminishing. Those bars are diminishing, which in theory means that the bearish candle ratio versus bullish is greater. So the bears are winning in terms of candlestick patterns, and there's just no volume. But again, if you get some volume and it takes out seven, hey, there's a chance, sure. Just looking left, want to keep looking left. 818. Okay, so it got up to what? Eight today? $8 today. 818 was the next high looking left. And another stock making an all-time low. ERAS, ERAS, another all-time low. Yeah, Shady, make me right. I mean, there's a break now after that big consolidation for about, well, let's see, from 1045 to 115. Now all of a sudden there is a little break on the 15-minute of the SPY, maybe. And yeah, so the Dow is mildly positive. Tech is giving up more. BDI continues to drip, drip, drip down. Not in this one, but I think I mentioned around the 850 mark, maybe. So it is it's continuing just to drip down. But guys, yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm going to just wrap this up at around 2:30. Okay, so we have another half an hour or so. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just trying to get a link. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just trying to adjust something here. Okay, I've done it. I was successful. Okay, so what I've done is I've got a link for the 30% off, okay, for New Year 30. I'm sure you guys are all waiting for that. All right, so there is your link, your promo link to get 30% off. So click on that link and you'll see this. All right. 6 days, 12 hours, 56 minutes, and 51 seconds before it expires. And again, I don't know why there's a confusion, but the 30% is off the first month only, okay? People say, well, how come? Well, if we gave you 30% off every month, why would anybody take out an annual? So that's the reason. All right, well, PRQR survived that little pullback. You know, I kept looking at the histogram. It still was good. Increasing, these bars are increasing. So again, kept me in the trade. Yeah, I mean the 30%. And again, remember, if you do take out a monthly subscription, yeah, forget that. The New Year 25. I can do better than that. So if you do take out a monthly subscription, yes, you'll get the 30% off the first month. But remember, if you did want to take out an annual, you did it within 30 days of taking out a monthly, we'll honor the 30%. To me, if you don't know the program, you should not take out an annual subscription till you're sure you want it, because I mean, you have to look at the terms and conditions of a refund on an annual. So the best bet, I think, is to go monthly. And in the first month, if you say to yourself, you know what, I love this program, and now I'm going to take advantage of the annual. And obviously, taking advantage of an annual, 30% off, that works out to $1,400 for the year, or say 700 on the standard. So that works out to $58 a month. Okay. Yes, you pay up front. So versus 118. So I mean that's the obviously that's the benefit if you know you want an annual and you can afford the 700 up front. The black histogram on the bottom is it's a unique, I think it's a unique tech indicator. Sorry, it's a unique indicator. It basically compares bullish candlestick patterns to bearish candlestick patterns. How many? So the higher so when this bar expands like it is, the theory being is that the bullish candlestick patterns are on a ratio basis way more than the bearish ones. Now, if all of a sudden this bar starts to shrink, that means the bearish candlestick patterns are taking over. Okay. And this is not available. I don't know what, you know what? Thursday's a good time. Michael will be in the YouTube room. He may be able to shed more light. Yeah, tech is still getting kind of creamed here, guys. Let's take a look at, go back to my toolbar, click on new, and then dog channel bar. And now we're going to talk about the change from the open. See if if any dramatic changes. Now, I think when I looked at this energy 10 minutes before the open today, I think 100% of them were up from Friday's close. So it's still, still kind of bullish. I mean, 76% now are up from the open. But, tech about 50-50, materials 50-50. Retail, though, 64% are down from the open. And communication still, man. I remember a day in which, well, I think there was the one day, well, I think on the 13th of December, I think that day, where everything was up. That was the day I think the market was up about 500. But other than that, so Blade is definitely not running, guys. Or you call running down. BLDE. Oh, sorry. Today is Tuesday, so I guess there is a marketing meeting. I forgot. Let me just see if it's still on. Let me put myself on mute.